might as well get this shit started. Great day for some cut, though. Raining outside. Nice and cozy. So, I've played a couple of characters, and not talking about these two dudes specifically. After that last session I played, which was Monday. Right, so these are just the two that survived. Pecker because I didn't really feel like playing a Tinker Mutant that much, and so I just went off the Leapini instead. But there was two other characters between these two that unfortunately both of them died pretty tragically. The first one was very similar to Poncho here, which we're gonna load into. Yeah, the first one was very similar to this guy. But he was further along, had more cybernetics, he had all kinds of actually pretty good gear. I had gotten him Tinker 1, he found the spiked mod, he had a spiked shield, he had a spiked pair of gauntlets. He was doing a lot of damage. But I found some Eater Nectar injectors and I went over to Kakyukia, the village right over here, and I went to go use a Sphinx Salt injector so that I could turn those injectors into the drop of nectar food item, which gives you a 1 in 4 chance of increasing all your stats at the same time. So I was just gonna see if I couldn't get one or two of those bonuses, and if I didn't, I'd just revert back in time and manually use the injectors. But anyway, I used the Sphinx Salt injector and my game crashed, which I think happened like once before, but that doesn't happen very often, and unfortunately I had not saved that character at any point, so he was just gone. And then the other character I played was a Trukin Tinker, who was doing pretty good. I had made my way all the way around the map. I had gone over to Ezra a bit early, found all kinds of good stuff there, and I think I was like level 23 or something when I finally decided like, alright, I'm gonna go and do Golgotha. And wouldn't you know, I stepped down the very first chute, and there's one of those psionic dudes, the guys who have the psionic weaponry made of fullerite, who just fucking instantly chopped, well, he didn't chop my head off, but it said he mentally obliterated me in like a single turn, so I'm assuming that's just what happens when he hits you with the psionic weaponry hard enough. So yeah, that character, who was also doing pretty good, just got instantly wiped out. But certainly, this one will be different. So I had Signal in the Noise, had a bunch of historical sites. Speaking of, where are the historical sites? Loar is all the way over in Moonstairs, or Deep Jungle, not sure which. Dud is in the Deep Jungle. Channel of Unip is up in the mountains. We could actually go there. Probably not too crazy, although last time I said that, last time I went to a place like that, I ran into a very dangerous spider that I didn't really treat with due respect. This one is straight up in Palladium Reef, so no. That one I've already been to. It was the ruin that kept exploding repeatedly. And then there's this one, which I don't even remember. And doesn't seem to be anything else in the journal. Right. Let's look at skills. Oh, wait, we have electrical generation because of this thing, I think. Sure is. Okay, so if we can find the jacked mod, that would pair very well, because if we have electrical generation, it has maximum charges of 4,000, the base charge rate is 100 per turn. I think the biodynamic power plant is 4,000 per turn. I think. So, not nearly as good, but we don't have to spend any of our, what's the term again for them? The points we use for the cybernetics. We don't need to use any of those if we want to use the jacked mod if we have this thing, as long as we're not using something with too much power draw. And even if it does, it'll still help the battery life. Okay, what skills did this guy have? At the first level of meal preparation, so I visited Yakuka. Got everything here except for Conk and Demolish. Don't have weapon mastery. Got more or less all the good stuff in endurance. Maybe swimming and poison tolerance could be useful, however. Could go for tank. Start using like a chain gun or something if I find one. Snake Oiler is always tempting, but I really don't need it. Same with Iron Mine and Lionheart. They'd be useful. If anything, they might even save me, but I don't feel like going with them. Now the shield skills, I could go for Staggering Block, since I do have a lot of strength. So any block is going to give us a fairly decent chance of stunning whoever just got their attack block. Let's see, strength times 2 minus 35. I have 28 strength, so that's 56 minus 35. Yeah, that's a half decent chance, and it's only gonna get higher up from here. Let's see what else we could spend the points on. Also, we have 28 strength, so if we have one more, suddenly we'll have the last level of single weapon fighting available. Whenever you make a melee attack while single weapon fighting, immediately make a second attack for free. And I'm assuming it stacks on top of stuff like weapon expertise and backswing, because if it doesn't, then it's not that great. If it does, then yeah, that's pretty fantastic. Then we could also get Demolish. Next 5 rounds, a chance at daze with cudgel attacks is 100%, and Slam has no cooldown, so potentially up to 5 slams in a row. Although I feel like if you're in a situation where you can use 5 slams in a row, you're either doing something very silly or very dumb. Either way, we're probably going to save the points until next level, just in case it's the level where we get the upgrade to single weapon fighting. Other than that, we didn't have any ranged weapon skills other than the first level of heavy weapons, which we started with. So we could look into getting a ranged option. Probably be a good idea, actually. There's also customs and folklore. Do not have a scavenger, so not doing anything with the trash we find on the ground either way. Then Wayfaring is also another skill I've been using a bit more often, especially on that Tinker character I mentioned earlier. Because, sure, the first thing you notice is, oh, your chance of getting lost goes from 12% to 1%, and you travel on the overworld map more quickly, but the actual important thing these give you is, while you're traveling quickly on the map, you're also way more likely to get the little pop-up that says, hey, you found the ruin, would you like to check it out? Some of those have really good stuff, especially in the jungle, the rivers and lakes, and the ruins. That being said, those places can be pretty dangerous. So, if you want advice on doing a low-level Tinker build, grab something like Flower Fields, or, well, actually, no, never mind. Do not take Flower Fields. The Flower Fields are dangerous, especially for someone who already isn't strong. But marshes, hills and mountains, canyons, and salt dunes are all good first picks. Maybe not all of them, but 1 or 2 of them. And then that way you can just wander around in whatever area you picked, and hopefully find some ruins. And, of course, survive them. And then later on in the game is when you start looking into jungles, rivers and lakes and ruins. If even just so that you don't accidentally get lost in Lake Hainan. Or is it Henan? Whatever it is. Anyway, I think we've done enough talking. Let's get to actually playing. I'm going to try to make my way to Porch, go to Ezra. Then I'm also going to try going to Id Freehold. So I think level 20 is high up enough where we won't instantly die if we run into something here, although I'm also thinking I could take my own advice and grab that wayfaring skill. That'll significantly reduce the chance of getting lost in lakes and rivers, and then that way I don't have to worry about it. It'll make it a very easy trip. I forget if I already did Bela. And before I forget to check, got intravenous port, optical bioscanner, hyperelastic ankle tendons, and full right hand bones. So we could probably switch out a couple of these for something better if we find it. Like the bioscanner's nice, but it's really not that important. Especially even just something like a techno scanner is way better, because it takes out all of the randomness from buying unidentified artifacts. Because they're no longer unidentified. Yeah, I think we already did this. Let's see what the trader has. Metamorphic polygel. I want to get that. See if we can't afford this first. For whatever reason, we unequipped our boots. That's why those are there. The ulnar stimulators. We might use those if we can mod them to be spiked. Oh hey, it's Overcron. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing good. Did have a missile launcher and a carbine. I'll keep using the shotgun for now, since accuracy is not that required. A painted glass bottle, I forget why. Nothing I can tinker up the cell other than these stasis grenades. Make one, see how much it's worth. Stasis grenade Mark III is worth the exact same as most other grenades. Okay, not gonna make a pile of those then. Do have a bunch of cells to sell. Alright. Well, hopefully you're gonna get all kinds of learning done, either through us being a good example or us being a really bad example. Not sure which. And another thing I just remembered, we were looking for studded leather armors for a Beetle. We found 2, we need another 2. This guy's not selling any, however. Right, back to Metamorphic Polygel. If I sold all the cells, brings us a little bit less than halfway. Sell the sower seeds, not because they're not good, but because I'm probably never going to remember to use them. Missile launcher would be worth 274. And I got a couple of gemstones. Might just be able to pull off this trade. Actually, I'd say we definitely can. Alright. Now we have 2 angry slimes in the bottle. Well, they're probably not angry, they're just very eager. And also a Grit Gate recoiler. Save us a little bit of time later down the line. Sure hope I didn't need all those cells. The only powered things I have is pretty much this wrist fan and nothing else. Oh hey, it's Zeta Tryhardly. The cutting is going kind of alright. Only kinda just started. Laying out some plans. I'm gonna try to make my way to Almond Porch. Hopefully not get too sidetracked along the way. Smell roasted boar. Sure. We've discovered Cloven Void. Pretty badass name. So far, we've been taking these guys out pretty easy. It's a pretty good sign for how well our character's doing. Might as well collect some stuff to sell for once I get to my destination. Plasma grenade. Very nice. And we're lost in the mountains. The only way not to get sidetracked in this game is if your plan is basically to get sidetracked in the first place. But really, the true way to maintain that power is to keep an open mind. Not too open though, you don't want it falling out. It successfully made it past the rivers. And here we are. There's usually always a bunch of statues here, so we're only going to read the ones that tell us that we have new lore. So, Shrine to Bayodates the Fourth, the computerized ghost of Market District Habar. While traveling through Dud, Bayodates the Fourth stopped at a market in Tamish. At an obscure shop, she purchased a computerized hammer and named it Computerized Bayodates Gift. Then she went to a nearby tavern and lost the same thing that I just said. In a foolhardy bet, she cursed the tavern and left. And then there's a shrine to Yapatur. I think we've already read that one. Mentions the Waitedicus Giuptaburun. I think that's the name. Shrine to Reshef. Shrine to Bayodates the First. Shrine to Bayodates the Second. And a Shrine to Bayodates the Third. It looks like we already knew most of that. I'll probably do a recap of all the lore for the guys we found once we get to Tombs of the Eater. Let's get rid of that so I don't have to worry about it no more. Oh hey, banana. Alright, I don't have Harvestry. Could fix that though. Anyway, there's Asphodel. Hated by the cult, loved by the consortium and flowers. Looks like he gets to survive this playthrough. Tell him about the caravan, and then we're going to pick up Snake Oiler. Oh, it's very nice to have. Even if I said just earlier that I feel like it isn't really worth the points, but when all you're paying for is with reputation, it's a pretty sweet deal. Oh, and let's not forget to talk to the mayor. What's his reputation? Loved by the villagers of Ezra and Trees, disliked by the villagers of Kirshashur. Let's read his description. Flower bloods cluster in sixes across their time-maimed topaz bark and are ringed by glossy green leaves. They shoot up tall in the vines of millennia of wall shade, but their crown sags with wary softness, and their exposed roots trace the outline of a grassy salon. The grove's oldest tree, called the Hadath, welcomes you to their shadow. So just, friendly tree. Friendlier than the average tree. Meanwhile, this guy, he is loved by the Fellowship of Wardens, admired by the villagers of Ezra, hated by newly sentient beings, and disliked by winged mammals. You know what? Fine enough. We're gonna share some secrets. Tell him about Snapjaw Fort. The Wardens love us now. And we'll tell him about Nadel, the Goatfolk village. How about you share a secret back? Discover the location of Hashirorak's Shire. And that's enough secrets. We're hungry now. And now is the time where we trim down the grenade collection. Sleep gas grenades Mark 1, not gonna use those. Freeze grenades Mark 1, not gonna use those. Foliant grenade Mark 1. Could use those, but not right now. Fungicide grenade Mark 1. Same situation as the last one. Acid gas grenades. Poison gas grenades. Stasis grenades, I will learn how to make, and I will keep those. Same thing for the plasmas. EMPs, not so much. I will hang on to the thermal grenade Mark IIs. Not gonna keep this one though. Or this one. I already know how to make the high explosive Mark IIIs. Hold on to the flashbang. I'm not sure about stun gas. Never really made use of it. Maybe I'll hold on to it and try it out. Don't think I'm high enough psychometry to learn. No, wait, I can learn to make combat shotguns. Can I learn carbines? We can. Okay, so we just have one way of making some sort of easy money now. Which is to say, just make a bunch of carbines and sell them. Although, usually I like to wait until I find blueprints for a laser pistol, because those are more or less the same cost as the carbines or the combat shotguns, and they're worth more, easily. And I'll hold on to the combat shotgun for now, even though I could easily disassemble it and reassemble it whenever I want. Please, injectors. Alkani injectors. Love injectors. Stop listing all of them and just press the buttons faster. Oh, good question, Zeta Tryhardly. It has to do with this village specifically. It's always the same meal in this spot, which is goat and sweet loaf. It's a recipe that uses bananas in it. That's where it gets a psychometry effect. So if you want psychometry and you don't want to drag your ass all the way out over here, you'd wander around the stilt looking for a chef or a kipper that has some bananas or some already prepared bananas. And then you just make a meal of those, and you get very low level of psychometry, which we got a level 2 from the meal, and it's being boosted by 3 due to our ego. So that gives us up to complexity tier 4 that we can learn how to make, complexity tier 6 that we can identify. And as far as I remember, the highest tier of complexity for an item is tier 8. So if we have psychometry boosted up to be able to identify up to tier 8, we'd be able to identify and reverse engineer literally anything we can get our hands on. That being said, I really never make my mental mutants with psychometry on them. I really should. It just feels like if I'm gonna be doing like a Tinker mutant build, usually it's just surviving long enough to make use of psychometry that's the issue. Anyway, let's check out the rest of the map. We found a mural to Bayudates II. Torment upon Hamish of Dwelling District Ikagawan. It was there that Bayudates II lost her prized briny Bayudates gift when thieves stole briny water from her high shrine. Yeah, it is a lot of points to spend on something that you're gonna have to dump even more points into to make it actually good. But yeah, it's one of those conveniences that I always want to make work on a build, but it never fits. Maybe it's just I'm not trying hard enough. Or maybe it's just not good. Hey, this guy's got, or yeah, Alice got pretty good rep. Loved by the Daughters of Exile, admired by the villagers of Tashan, admired by Roots, and disliked by the villagers of Mazotum. And let's share a secret about Bryony Bayudates gift or whatever it was. Try hologram bracelets. You know what? Yeah, I'll take you up on that. It's probably a tier 3 recipe though, so... I could always just come back for it later. Hold on to the rep in the meantime. High capacity, very nice. Credit wedge, yes please. And I'll wait for later to identify all of those extra thingies. Won't have terribly much to sell, however. I'll just identify this stuff, see what it is. I think that was phase harmonic. Schema's off, heavy weapons, mid-tier. Mid-tier heavy weapons. Skills offer flattening fire. A bionic arm. That would slot in super good on my build. Gonna try to get it. Translucent skin. And I think this is the recoiler. So let's also try buying that. Now what to sell? Maybe sell some mushrooms. So I almost never cook with those anyway. Star apple jam, same thing. Not that they're bad cooking materials, it's just I like to dabble into the sort of crazier stuff that usually doesn't work. Could sell my cider. Let's also sell the wine. Have to restart those collections. But now we have a bionic arm. Just have to go install it. Nice boots. Nice hammer, actually. 3d4. Hopefully we find some crystal fist. Fullerite are pretty close, but not quite. And a partial monomatter assembly. Not buying anything from the Six Shrew. That is his name. Yeah, it is. Just had to be sure. Here's our Ezra recoiler. Let's not forget to learn how to make rockets. So if we find another missile launcher, I might consider using it. For now, disassemble. High capacity. So we could mod our solar cells to be even better. Speaking of, learn how to make the solar cells and the chem cells. That is relatively cheap. Let's make a bunch of those. Always forget what the button is to open the Tinker menu. It's not K. Suicidal guy outside driving his motorcycle super fast on a wet road. Hopefully it didn't pick up through the microphone too much. Right. I'll have 3 high caps and then 3 regulars. If I need to make more, I can. Right, and then I said I was going to go to id Freehold, but we've got a pretty good thing going right now. So maybe we just go and try to do Golgotha. Best spot to go back to would be Starting Village. I think this is Starting Village. It is. Uninstall the intravenous port. Uninstall the bioscanner. Oh, I only needed 3 points. Okay. Right arm. And reinstall the bioscanner. Okay. And also I spotted a door right over here that, for some reason, I did not bother to bust down. Let's fix that. There was nothing here. So, how's our strength looking? 30. Get a whopping +7. Okay, so we still hadn't shown up the grid gate. Let's do that. Just watch as Auto Explorers massacres its way through this place. Let's see, are we strong enough to break these walls? We are not. Yet if it's like 40 strength, or if it's a little bit lower than that. Oh hey, a bunch of worms. For whatever reason, they had the worm room locked up. So, nothing there. Gotta check, because sometimes it's just like, oh, here's this room that's full of just pieces of trash and treasure chests. Which the trash wouldn't do anything for us right now, we don't have scavenger. Also, it does count. Huh. Yeah, I was just wondering earlier, like, when we looked at the strength, usually if you're boosting your stat, it'll be like, oh, this is at baseline, like here it says base equals 22 modified to 23. Which I figured the bionic arm would do. It would have said, oh, your strength is 28 and it's being improved by 2 by the bionic arm, but it seems to increase our base stat. So we're eligible to get weapon mastery and abolish already. Either way, we have to save up. Don't have enough points for that yet. Not strong enough to break down the blue doors. What's with this purple door? Gotten attached, ah ha ha ha. How dare you mock my attachment to my characters. Although that is a pretty fucking bad omen, to be honest. The game is literally mocking me. Where the fuck did that guy teleport to? Wanna kill him. Ooh, spiked steel gauntlets. I already have those. Damn it. Chem cell on the ground. Sturdy battle axe. So that's a second graffitied door. Awake of the Gurf Nephilim as gods. Or at least I think that's what it says. Or no, wait, Gersh, not Gurf. The Gurf sounds like me after eating one too many sandwiches. Let's try manually punching down this door. Finally got there. The only thing here is graffiti on the wall. Graffiti's so fucked up we can't even read it. No stairways leading down. Huh. Usually it doesn't generate behind a door, especially not one like that. Just gonna pick up all this garbage so I can sell all of it. Alright, here we are. Insert disc 1. Now we could just punch our way through the walls. I know plenty of people like doing that. But we're gonna actually do the quest first. Nothing much here. Other than the weird artifact. What is it? A laser rifle. Those would be good to learn how to make, but I'm pretty sure that's higher to complexity 4. Don't actually know, it's just a gut feeling. Guess we buy all the bullets. And nothing else. Okay. Now time for Golgotha. Let's see how shit this is gonna be. Probably not gonna conserve any of these, other than the yuckweed. Definitely should make some more salve injectors if I can. Can make blaze injectors. Only one though. Don't have any dreadroot tuber. I do not interpret this as chickening out, but I'm going to go back to the starting village. Going to talk to the merchant, see if they have studded leather armor. They do not. Then, shoot, what was that other thing I was going to do? Oh, right. I'm going to run off to Red Rock, and I'm going to go collect some dreadroot tubers. Hate how that unequips the face slot. Understand why it does, but I don't like it. Notice some ruins. Yeah, sure, we'll check them out. Discovered Versiper. An Electrobow. How nice. Oh yeah, you can actually break into the city, and arguably it's more convenient if you do, because I think everyone just kind of sits at their desk and doesn't move from there, as opposed to what they do when you get there normally, which is move around all the time. So if you're not using the person of interest menu or point of interest menu, it can take a while to get to where people are for trading purposes and all that. At least I'm pretty sure that's how it is. But yeah, they won't get angry at you if you break in. I'm pretty sure. Pretty darn sure. Can't guarantee that Barafroom will be happy if you break into his place, but Gritgate itself, I think it's just fine. looking for Dreadroot tubers, so a good place to start with that would be getting Harvestry. And we found a Salve Injector anyways. Off to a great start. I know you can harvest the Dreadroots if you see them with a different sprite. Oh, the thing the tubers are for, it's to make more... Shoot. Let me find the tubers first. Right. So, item itself doesn't really have much of a description on it. You can eat it manually, which I think the only real reason to do that is if you have a cooking recipe that has that effect. You can't use it directly for a recipe. It can be like I forget what ingredient it is, but I think it's law petal or something like that, where it's anytime you eat a law petal or a Dreadroot tuber or a kudzu stem or something like that. I'm not sure to the extent the effect is. But it'll activate a triggered effect. But the reason we're collecting them is because the recipe for Salve Injectors, which is a tinkering recipe, and we learned how to make Salve Injectors by using psychometry just earlier. You need a D, which is a scrap electronic, a 1, which is a phasic power system. Got plenty of both of those. What we don't have much of is, right. Let's see if we can't get it. Right there, ingredients, Dreadroot tuber. So for every tuber we have, we can make a Salve Injector. So just like that, I made 3 of them. But yeah, it's all of the injectors work like that. You need a special ingredient to be able to make it. So most of them, it's not too hard to find the ingredients. Or at least, the Salve Injector is pretty easy, the Blaze Injector is relatively easy, the Hulk Honey Injector not so much, but common enough. Love Injector can be very common, depending on how many vines you're fighting. Rubber Gum Injector, I see Rubber Tree Seeds pretty often. Shade Oil Injector, that just requires that you go and kill some Voiders, which usually I don't bother with. Black Puma Haunch, that one I don't see that often. The Sphinx Salt Injector, however, is the one where I'd say it is far easier to just find Sphinx Salt Injectors or to just buy some rather than trying to find the ingredient for it, because I think I've only ever found it once. And then the Ubernostrum is actually very easy to make, if only because the Lover's Blossom, which is the same thing used to make Love Injectors, is what you need for it. The big difference, though, is you need 5 bits for it, which is nanomaterials. So, yeah. Even if you have Lover's Blossoms, you still need to have level 1 tinkering, you need to have the recipe, and you need to have some 5s. Which, one easy enough way to get 5s is actually to get Sphinx Salt Injectors and disassemble them. But anyway, that's enough babbling for now. Let's get back to smacking stuff. Studded leather armor. Just need one more of those. Yeah, tinkering is one of those things where it's so theoretically useful that you might make some very dumb decisions at the start of the game in order to get as much of it as you possibly can. Trust me, I'm very guilty of that one. But at the same time, if you do get the use that you're trying to get out of tinkering, it is crazy good, just absolutely amazing. So the less we talk about the guy we just murdered for basically having a fancy pair of boots on, the better. And also there's another fun fact about Red Rock that you know what, I'll just say it now instead of waiting until I get there because it's gonna take a minute. If you go all the way to Red Rock level 4, there's a river that heads south that connects back up to Joppa. Even if Joppa isn't where you started and it's just a ruin. Along the river that's at the Strata 4, there's always going to be a corpse that has a miner's helmet, which is a light source, and a negative weight sphere, thanks for mentioning that. And then they also have a cybernetics credit wedge. It's just a small one for 1 credit, but it's good enough reason for us to go down there. But yeah, that's why I pretty much always do Red Rock on nearly all of my characters. It's just almost always going to be a very smooth run as long as you don't run into any slumberlings that, for some reason, bats really hate slumberlings, and the slumberlings do not care for the bats whatsoever, so a bat will just go and attack one, wake it up, and then you have to deal with it, because it's going to be running right at you. But you do also occasionally get like underground ruins that spawn in or something like that, because, you know, sometimes you do end up facing some little stiffer resistance, but otherwise Red Rock is always a very good spot to start with for most characters. If you're doing like a full tinker that basically is only any good with a ranged weapon and all you have on you is like a bow and arrow, however, you might want to wander around the salt marsh first. But even then you might get unlucky. Alright, got the 4 studded leather armors. Now we just have to go back to that fatal. Let me mark it on the map actually. Parasangs west and 2 parasangs south of Gritgate. It better give us something good. Probably won't. Now there's slime and tar and... or no wait, asphalt, not tar. All kinds of poopy stuff down here. I know what I said about if I destroy the dread roots, they have a chance of dropping another tuber. How about I just forget I said that and just let Harvestry deal with all of it. Oh hey, another one of those guys. Got a 2-handed carbide hammer. I'm sure someone would pay money for that. Too eager on the follow-up charge. Somehow we ended up back here. Just slipping and sliding all over the place. I'm wondering, do I not have fasting way? No, I have it. Just doesn't proc very often. Or no, wait, I said that completely wrong. It's always active. I'm just doing too much auto-exploring, getting impatient. Go with salt and cycle gland paste. Reveal the secret. Note the location of Dorsal du Jour in the Locations Ruins section of your journal. Well, let's actually look at what that is. Was du Jour. Right up there. 2 parasangs west and 19 parasangs south of Almond Porch. So on the left side of the lake in the jungle. Who knows, maybe there's something good there. Maybe it's where I'll find my beloved penetrating radar. Oh hey, some apes. Loved by apes and admired by cannibals. Well, can't entirely agree with that, but no one's gonna get angry if I do this. Favored by apes. Let's tell them about Bayodates the Fourth. And learn Conch. And also we're gonna tell him about during a trek through Market District Habar, Bayodates the Fourth's chariot was driven off a cliff by a nefarious band of vines. She was killed at 79 years old. All of these are about Bayodates the Fourth, are they? This one is. This one it just says Bayodates, doesn't say if it's the 4th, the 2nd, or the 3rd, whatever. And we're favored again. Alright, and there's those bones. So we picked up a sheaf of tattered parchment, I can't have it all, an odd trinket, which I think is the sphere of negative weight, and our cybernetics credit wedge. Still on the body, there's the miner's helmet and the pickaxe. So I'm pretty sure all of those items are guaranteed to spawn. So it's usually a half-decent first goal for your character if you want to start getting geared up a little bit. Certainly beats having to use torches in one of your hands. Right, what was it gonna look at? Take this fidget cell out. Disassemble the low power cells. Close the book menu. Identify the strange tubes. Mechanical wings. Never liked these. Gives you a bunch of reputation, but as a pair of wings, kinda poop. They are always falling out of the sky with it. And there's our small sphere of negative weight. And I would recommend if you do come here early on a character who does not have tinkering at all, don't bother identifying it. It's still gonna give you the bonus. All you have to do is look at the weight and you'll know exactly what it is, because it'll be -10. And then we could make the rest of the way out here by following the river and then going up once we reach the end of it. Instead, let's just teleport right back out. accepts the offering. Gave us a lacquered, painted, snail-encrusted weird artifact. It is a telemetric visor. Actually pretty helpful. Stick a solar cell in it, but we're not going to use it right now, since this thing gives us 1 armor, and I'll take all the armor I can get. Now that we're done with that, I'm gonna get lost in the flower fields apparently. Whole lot of teleporting going on. Well, thankfully they're not hostile to us, because that guy does look pretty beefy. It's got full right armor. And some weaponry. Does not have a very good reputation, however. Buy that off of him. One thing to note about the mechanical wings, though, is they are worth a lot of money if you can find them early. I think there's a way to get it guaranteed, but I don't remember what it is, so I can't tell you. Alright, this is more than enough. Keep the knives. Maybe we could buy the weird artifact. Sell the knives again. And the dart gun. Spring-loaded steel boots. And a hover sled. Do appreciate a good hover sled. So we should be wearing this if you're going to be trading with people. That guy's got nothing to trade. That guy's got nothing to trade. And you've got no more buddies with you. Oh wait, there's this guy. Who doesn't have anything to trade. Alright, got what we wanted out of him. Let's see if we can't rebuke the unplenished godhead. We cannot. And we've discovered a goat folk village. Let's do salt and vine wafer. What's it say there for what we gathered? Gather whatever you can find for your meal, a dram of salt, some vine with sheaf, a pinch of congealed sphinx salt injector, and a dash of shaved ice frog spittle. It's too bad that when something like the sphinx salt injector shows up, like say, like it did just now when we didn't put it in the recipe, that it doesn't also give you the effect. Probably be a little broken, and it would probably backfire spectacularly if it also worked with bad ingredients. But it'd be pretty cool. It all done here. And we've discovered another goat folk village. Let me just have a big ol' sip of coffee. That guy just grenaded himself. Kinda starting to run low on space. Maybe I should run off and trade some of it. Yeah, we are gonna do that. Let's recoil to Ezra. Hearing too much to move. When did we pick up this weird artifact? Founding boots. Those are nice, but we like our armor. So no thanks. Just gonna disassemble the combat shotgun. Don't think we're gonna use it no more. Here, let's try to get the credit witch first. 642. There's also a thermoelectric cell. Tier 2, however. I think I only have Tier 1. Yeah. Gonna be a while before I get to Tier 2. Let's not forget. Nuclear cell. And a space inverter. Not gonna use the space inverter though. always felt like you had to put in a lot of work to make a space inverter actually good. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. Because from what I've read on the wiki, all it does is you shoot someone with it and you switch places with them. Which sounds kind of ridiculously situational. But there's one specific mod that's got some unique interaction with this weapon, and it's called Fitted with Beam Splitter. What that does is you shoot out multiple projectiles whenever you shoot, so how does that work with the space inverter, you might wonder? The way it works is it'll shoot out 3 projectiles, at least I think it shoots out 3 projectiles. The main one in the middle is the one that's going to teleport you. The 2 other ones that split off on the sides will teleport clones of you. Or at least, I think that's how it works. It'll basically have clones of you show up the same types as the temporal fugue that'll stay for a little while and, you know, just do their thing. But I've never done it myself, so maybe it's all just bullshit someone made up. Nothing else to really buy. Let's buy an herberry. Right, and I'm going to just take a precaution, save and quit, continue, same character, and use the Sphinx Salt Injector. Better not crash again. Alright. Now that we've done that, we are going to preserve our Eater's Nectar Injector. We're going to cook it up. Gather whatever you can find for your meal. Some drop of nectar, a fiendish soybean, a smidgen of congealed skull conjector, and a dram of primordial rust. Toss them in a pot and stir. Nothing happened. Unfortunate. Would you like to return to the start of your vision? Yes. And now we're back to before we used it. And since we know it's not going to give us anything, and the way we know is some weird esoteric bullshit about seed generation and whatever, which is not going to get into all of that, but we're just going to use it. 1 attribute point. Now we've got a pretty good strength bonus going on, so I'm thinking we start building up towards a true Trukin endgame. Tinkering. Now we've got 292 points. Still gonna save up for those 2 strength related ones I mentioned. Now we have a big pile of salve injectors, which is very good. Have our goat and sweet loaf. Can we learn how to make electro bow? It is very fun that the game lets you save scum using items because, you know, we are supposed to play the games on Classic where it's like no do-overs, so you can just kind of do the same thing by you playing in roleplay mode and then just reloading your saves whenever things don't go your way. But even then you still have to worry about the way the seed generation works, which is like, I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's like there's breakpoints where stuff will generate the same up to a certain extent, and then they'll generate differently depending on like if something happens. And I think one of those things that regens the seed is if you drink brain brine. So for example, we could have held on to our Eater's Nectar injector, found a vial of brain brine, drank it, and then tried the thing again, and it may have given us a different result. But that's quite a long time to hold on to that. And again, this is just how I think it works. Maybe it just works completely different or way more simply, and I'm just being an internet gossiper. But hopefully I'm not. Certainly wouldn't like to learn that I've been lying to people all along. That'd be terrible. Yeah, there's some very esoteric mechanics going on in this game, which I don't blame people for wanting to save scum to really figure them out, because can you imagine working like 20 hours on a character and then you try doing some sciencey stuff and then it just doesn't work and your character dies? I'd be so upset. I'd be so upset that I start a new character right away and keep playing. I don't think I had any new grenades. Just check all of them. Yeah, no. Didn't get any new injectors or nothing. Just piddling around the menu now. Oh, right. What I did have that was new. Too complex, however. Great. And I don't think we had anything left to sell. Although now I can make electro bows. I think those are worth more than carbines. But let's test that. Yeah, electro bows are worth a bit more than carbines. And I've got nothing to put in my right hand anyway, so I'm gonna stick with the carbine. Now we recoil back to grid gate. Let's make some more solar cells. So I'm thinking maybe the gas mask would be a better thing to wear for Golgotha. I think 12 armor value should be plenty. Should. Now we don't have anything like the anchor spikes, so we can still get knocked over or have a sewage eel drag us down into the muck. Get us all rusted up and sick. But we are very high strength, so the chances of that happening are relatively low, but they're never zero. And discovered another Goatfolk village. Let's kill everyone here. Right inside the building. And that is why we hide inside the building. So that the grenades get wasted on the building instead of us. What are we wearing again? Nano weave vest. No resistances, nothing. But it is good armor. For armor value with actual bonus to dodge value. I mean, one dodge value is gonna dodge basically fuck all, but still gonna dodge more than a 0 or a negative. Broke the artifact. And we don't have psychometry anymore. Gain an attribute point. I think I'm just gonna keep dumping every point I get into intelligence until it goes up to like 28 or so. Or no, wait, it's 29 to get Tinkering 3. Also, now I have to decide, do I want to get Tinker 2 right now, or do I want to get that next level? Because if I buy one of the 300 point ones, I have 190 left over, which is just barely not enough. So, how are we doing on tinkering bits? Not bad, not great. Maybe we take Scavenger and Tinkering. Nah. Single weapon mastery. We'll wait to get Demolish until later, but we will pick up Scavenger right now. And we'll pick up Tinker 2 next level. Finally, no longer lost. Let's explore this map. Then we'll pick which hole to fall down into. I'm going to go with the left hole. We're going to have a meal of honey and salt. That is not the effect I wanted, so we're just going to try again. Still not what I wanted. Okay, there we go. Plus 3 save versus diseases. So that if we do get diseased, at least we have a pretty good chance of fighting it off. Now let's see how bad this is going to be. Acid. There is a hole right over here, however. That's electricity. Let's risk that one instead. Take off the gas mask. Damn it. Literally the first one we run into, and we get stuff rusted right off of us. That silver nugget. And our helmet. And the ulnar stimulators. I did learn how to make ulnar stimulators, so maybe we just disassemble that. Just disassemble these. Repair our helmet. A and D. Got plenty of those. Then we also had a silver nugget. We'll wait until after. Oh yeah, the soundtrack for this place is all kinds of nasty. Just hearing stuff drip, drop in the liquid. Whoever they had working on the soundtrack certainly knew exactly what they were doing. Arrested our plasma grenade. Oh, we do know how to make more of those. I just disassemble it. Where is it? Here it is. Making some good progress. Let's just sprint past everything that's here. Okay. Relatively unscathed. There it is. Gyrocopter backpack. Also known as the floating oil tank. So luckily enough, we had very few things get rusted. And now I know I said I wouldn't fix this, but C and D are worth a whole lot less than 50 drams of water. And we're getting acid spit at us. Yes, I think that's what happened. Poisoned and we have sore throat. Let's have some honey. Oh, wrong button. Here we go. I'm gonna pick up the Waydroid. Also, a little fun fact about the Waydroid, if I can find it. Close some of these tabs. Is it says repair right here, and you might think, oh, well, that's because I have the repair skill. Nope, that's just always there. We can just repair it for free. Doesn't cost any bits, don't need to have the skill, just repair it, quest step done. That being said, you can also get, like, Maffeo to repair it at Gritgate, and that's only like 5 drams of water, but, like, it's kind of ripping you off, because it literally costs nothing. And the vest is cracked. Oh no. Good job of not getting tripped yet. Found an iron mace in the garbage. There's our credit cards. And we got knocked down. Got poisoned. Our small sphere of negative weight has been rusted. Our Gritgate recoiler has been rusted. Might need to use some goop to fix the sphere of negative weight. Yeah, if we repaired it with the repair skill, it would take a 7-bit, which we do not have, and even if we did have it, we wouldn't want to use it, because those are rare. This one we can fix easy, though. This is exactly why you always have some of this stuff lying around. And there you go, all fixed. Now hopefully it doesn't break again, or otherwise I'm gonna get very sad. There's Slog. Let me over here, you big butthole of a worm. And there he is. Charge him, shield slam him, shoot him. Dead. Now disliked by the Seekers of the Sightless Way. And we don't have Butchery, so we're not gonna get his, bracelet. But, that's fine. Don't need it anyways. Well, that was relatively painless. Still do have that sore throat. Just clean ourselves off, have a little bit of honey. And let's just walk back to Gridgate. And have some more honey. No longer metabolizing that meal, but we have access to the porridge. So we're gonna go and do that right now, actually. Read what recipes they have. Meatballs over savory yuckweed. Get ill for 1/10 the usual length of time. Not great. Cucumber stuffed soup with less rich boar jerky and borscht. Plus 4 ego. Whenever you drink fresh water, there's a 25% chance you gain plus 30 to 40 max HP for 1 hour. That's alright. Can use Intimidate. Very basic. That one's called Cake and Phobic Hummus. And let's read the other cookbook they have. The Blessing of Steaming. Cook with asphalt. You get stew with tar. I think asphalt only has that one effect. It'll only ever be that effect. Which, on one hand, not great. On the other hand, if you need saves versus force movement, such as, say, going to Golgotha and you don't want to get tripped up by some sewage eels, pretty good ingredient to be using. Fried apple jam and velvety salt. Serving of star apple jam, a dram of salt. 8 to 12 versus bleeding, guaranteed to be tasty. Kind of basic. And this is just the same recipe with a different name. Salt apple borscht. Then cookies with flour and wafer latkes. First at half rate, can use Intimidate. No amazing recipes, but I'm sure we can make use of that information anyways. And we didn't even use any of those salve injectors. Let's turn one into some congealed salve. And then let's go talk to the most important member of this whole damn building, Chem -1. No upgrades. Maybe we get the stabilizer arm locks. 2 points. I think we'd be able to install that. Palladium electro deposits. Also, for some reason, the music stopped. Don't know why. We may come back way later for the palladium electro deposits, but otherwise, don't have anything good this time around, Shem. Just walk out, walk back in. And there we go. Now we got the music again. And we got ourselves a nice little pile of grenades. Which, on their own, not that great of a reward, but now that we have a reliable way of reverse engineering any recipe we find, it's actually not bad. It does not have great reputation though. Don't think I'm gonna give him water this time around. Right, discussing the signal, he needs us to go to Bethesda Susa after we talk to Q-Girl and get the instructions printed. I guess we can also let the Auto Explorer go along and pilfer everything of value out of here. Rubber gum injector. Bunch of regular injectors. Some bandages. Sturdy beaded bracelet. Electromagnetic sensor and some grounding shunts. Just gonna take all their bandages. They're not gonna need them. But I will. Take all the cooking ingredients. And now, go talk to Q-Girl. Oh, hey there, Churl. Our run's doing pretty good. We just blasted our way through Golgotha. Only had a couple of things rust, but I have the repair skills, so no biggie. Hated by the denizens of Id Freehold, disliked by the consortium of Phyta. No water for you this time, Q-Girl. Give me that wedge. And maybe those gems. Let's see what if we have a pile of weapons to sell first. Alright, there we go. Oh, and let's not forget, please, put the instructions on the disc. Alright. Now, let's get these upgrades going. We've got 9 credits on us. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 points to spend. What do we want to get in here? Maybe reactive cranial plating. And either the communications interlock or the fire suppression is what I'm thinking. Yeah, let's start with this one. First, what do I already have installed? I forget. Got a bionic arm. Got the ankle tendons. Bioscanner. If we had something better than the hyperelastic ankle tendons, I'd replace those, but don't. Fire suppression would only really be useful if we're going somewhere that we know is gonna have a lot of dudes spin fire at us, which we aren't. At least, I'm pretty sure we aren't. So let's go communications interlock, and then that way we might be able to get a robot buddy. Right. Now, I'm not sure if I want to make my way to Id Freehold or Yid Freehold or Yud Freehold or however you're supposed to actually fucking pronounce it. Or if I just want to go right to Bethesda Sus. We did get this ruin over here. I did not forget about it. maybe later. Let's just do Bethesda Susa. Or no, wait. Inventory is kind of full. How many books do I have? I went right past it. Got 11 pounds of books, which isn't that much. Anyways, click. That's what it was. If only in Grenade Mark II. Don't need those. And I'm also gonna get rid of this. Yeah, that's fine enough for now. If I run out of space, I can just slap on the hover sled and then we have way more room to work with. Is there any armor I want to wear? Be nice to go and replace this with some kind of a crystal shard mail or something. Nothing underneath the boulder. Nothing underneath the boulder. I just find it very therapeutic to pick up the boulders that I'm pretty certain is their corpse and just throw it around the place. I really wish I didn't have to do that just to check if they have something nice like this Fullerite battle axe underneath them. Pick it up. A fucking gyro humor running his ass over here. Slam him away, please. What did I just do there? I hit the boulder with the other boulder, because apparently I was standing on one. Somehow. And a carbide hammer. We're doing a pretty great job of killing the ever-loving shit out of everything we've been running into. So this place shouldn't be too bad. Of course, I say that, we can still run into a Rimwick. I have 3 blaze injectors in case that does happen. The only other thing I have that would help against the cold is this thermal grenade here, which will do self-damage. Pretty sure I can activate that while I'm frozen. I think. I also have the Aether hat. A trinket. Lead acid cell. Another thing I've been wondering is I've seen both Churl and Scholarly Frog clear this place just recently and like the other day. And those mechanimist dudes who just kind of wander around the place, I wonder if they have implants on them. Because I know that if you run into any of the shoot, what are they called? The Prutus Templar. If you run into those dudes and they have implants on them and you have the butchery skill, you can butcher the implants right out of them, as long as you don't disintegrate the corpse. So I'm wondering if I can't do the same thing with the guys running around here. I've never really checked, so maybe, maybe not. Alright, now time for this asshole. I'm gonna shoot at him while he shoots at me. I think he's winning so far, honestly. That is the thing with the mechanimist. Thing is though, is there's some of them running around here. And, you know, they may be a little bit hypocritical when they say that no one's deserving of technology, because they sure do have a lot of it. This guy's gonna run out of axes eventually. And there it is. Here he comes. Charge you first. There we go. Yeah, he was trying to rip one of my limbs off. The oozes do not like us. Right, so usually I always find the other couple of guys in here to be pretty easy. Sometimes the invisibility dude can give you some problems, but I know his gimmick. I can defeat him. Let's see. Can't have it all. 11 hit points. Plus 14% the natural healing rate. Now favored by the Hindran of Bela. Yeah, that's some good rip. Alright. And the other thing about this guy is, if you know about the minimap cheese, which I certainly do, and it's basically impossible to ignore, he's really not that invisible. Now loved by dogs. Naphtali tribe, however, does not care for it. Alright, that's the opening salvo taken care of. Now for the real bullshit. It's a lot of sleep gas. It's even more sleep gas. Should probably go sell all that oil. Vibro dagger. These are pretty neat. Whenever you have them powered, their penetration is going to be exactly equal to whatever you're attacking with it, so theoretically you can use one of these to chop down a wall. Although, most walls have pretty high HP. Some of the very hard ones, like I think it's like fullerite flake walls or something like that, are actually very brittle, so they'll have very high armor value but kind of low health. So it actually does become viable to vibro butter knife them down to clear a path. For our character, however, this is kind of useless. Also, am I strong enough to break these down? I am. Twinning lamprey. Don't really have a plan for taking out these guys. Oh, wait, I just remembered. I have Mark 5 or Mark 3 hand grenades. Where the hell are they? All the way at the bottom, right there. Right. Turn off auto lock on, throw it right there. Throw the other one right there. Throw the third one right there. Fuck. You might need to leave and come back. Thankfully, we are very slightly faster than they are. Let's just make some more grenades. Can afford to make another 23 of these. Five should do the job. I don't whiff horribly like I did. Alright, there we go. Problem solved. For some reason I have 122 out of 111 health. How did that happen? Two of those fuckers. $22. Right, now we have Tinker 2. The Foliant Pump, Electro Bow, and Vibro Dagger. Well, I think I don't need either of these. I already know how to make Electro Bows, and I'm never going to need a Vibro Dagger, so the Foliant Pump wins by default. Fullrite Fleek Armor. You know what? I think this one actually is worth wearing. Won't do our dodge value any good, but who cares about that? And let's see. Not using the electric generation basically at all, so that's the easy one. Switch. 3 flawless Crystal longswords that will reward you with a splendid vestment. Well, maybe once we have more than enough money that we don't really know what to do with it, we'll do that one. Also, check out this office chair. Office chair with suspensors. Damn, that's fancy. How much would this weigh? 20 pounds. Shit. That was probably a really bad move. It's at -400. Let's test out the thermal grenade. If I just detonate. Okay, that works. How much damage do we take from that? We didn't take any damage from that. Alright, we took a lot of damage actually from just fighting him regularly, but we made it. Killed the booster bot. Small tubes, empty injectors, treat as scrap. Worry about that later. More twinning lampreys. Why are the grenades all the way at the bottom? Whatever. Let's chuck it right there. Excellent throw. Blaze injectors is what I like to see. Man, that lurking bev deals a lot of damage. Engraved strange furniture. Deep in the Channel District, Shanapir, Baydates III stumbled upon a clan of Beetles performing a secret ritual. Because of her random eyes, they furiously rebuked her and declared her a villain to their kind. I wonder where that is. It's in the Rainbow Wood. Is that a cloneling just there? Yeah, it was. Keep an eye out on those. They don't seem to trigger the auto explorer to pay attention. Probably be wary of accidentally destroying the very valuable furniture they have around here. That are Rimwick. Froze me, the bastard. I should tinker up some more of those thermal grenades, since now I know they work so great. Generation tank. And it does have the good stuff in it. Let's repair it. Can't repair. It's gonna take a 6-bit. Yeah, fuck that. Just hope it doesn't get more broken. Ooh, bunch of stuff. Hyperbiotic bed. Whole bunch of normality field, you can tell because the text log looks like a bunch of bullshit. Someone's trying to inject me with drugs. Normally I'd appreciate it, not this time though. Oh hey, that was a 7-bit we just got. Speaking of, how's that looking? Got a 7, we've got a 6, a 5, a bunch of 4s, slightly less 3s, and everything else is about normal. We should tinker up some more grenades while I'm thinking about it. Let's see. Let's make 5 of these. And 3 of these. Now, did I get that one before he managed to clone himself, or is he already split up? Ah, there you are, you fucker, you. Ouchie. And there's another one. And there's one of those dudes. Canimist Remager. Now, usually, at least against the Buddhist Templar guys who have the implants in them, you can tell just from looking at them if they have implants. These guys, doesn't seem like it. And all this shit is now covered in acid. And that thing is broken and leaking. Shit's got lead slugs on him. How about this guy? He's got a painted electro bow. No signs of implants. Maybe I just try killing him and seeing what happens. You know, a totally normal train of thought. Just let's murder people and see what comes of it. And I got teleported. Where the fuck I am? Ooh, molten basilisk around here. And there is the alchemist. Now this guy, or gal, not sure which, I think it's a gal, Has one of just about every liquid in the game, but pretty much only one, and does not restock. So easy way to get a Brain Brine and a Neutron Flux. And if you really need it, a Sun Slag, but I feel like Sun Slag doesn't do enough for how expensive it is. And then there's Worm Static, which, same kind of opinion on that one. It does do some interesting stuff, but not at that price point. Then of course there's the Cloning Drought, which if you really want to, you can use it to fill up one of those tanks and regenerate a limb. But I think it's much more valuable to use that to clone a high-level trader, either like Six Shrew or Tilly, or even if you find like a Dromat Caravan that's got some particularly good stuff. Or even just clone an Ichor Merchant and then hope that they go on to sell even more Cloning Drought, because those are one of the dudes that can sell it to you. Let's see if we can't purchase some Brain Brine. Or maybe Neutron Flux. If we can't afford the Brain Brine, we'll get the Flux. So we probably should have put on our 8 fur hat. Lots of trades goods. Now the other thing is I could just hit this guy with a Love Injector. I do have a bunch of those. Got 7 actually. Oh yeah, let's maximize the wealth. Instead of doing it that way, let me just... There we go. Hopefully this does not upset them. Oh hey, they have 2 Neutron Flux. Isn't that nice? And you know what, let's carry around the Worm Statics just for fun. Don't think I'm gonna do anything with it. Or at least not until I look it up on the wiki to make sure I don't accidentally completely fucker this run. Done that enough, thank you. Alright, now stay there. We are going to save again, because I am paranoid after that last thing with the Sphinx Salt Injector. We are going to use one of the set injectors. Okay, game did not crash, excellent. I'm going to drink the Brain Brine. See what we get. Socially repugnant. Yeah. Okay, so, that's a very bad Brain Brine. And the other thing we can do, use another injector. And cook with the Neutron Flux. +1 armor value permanently. Now let's do it again. +1 AV permanently. Okay. So there is a 10% chance when you do that you instantly explode. Which we didn't. Would you like to return to the start of your vision? No. So we've got an extra 2 armor value, that's just baseline now, so 15 armor is pretty darn good. Bring me 5 blast cannons and I shall reward you with heightened skill. Well, if I find those, I'll bring them back to you. We're not finding those. Another rolling chair. Bring me 4 shotgun shells and I shall reward you with heightened skill. These fucking beetles, man. 102 skill points. And with that, we're just going to collect it and sit on it. Or we could, get butchery. Yeah, that can wait. I'm not sure if I want to go for demolish either, like right away. Like, sure, it's potentially really good. And I'll leave the thought there for now. Also, I said I was going to kill you guys. And let's get butchering anyways. Nah, those guys did not have cybernetics. Got information on Briny Bayudate's gift. That is the name of the thing we have, isn't it? No, it's not. We have a voltaic sphere of the Arboretum, or of the Tabava Arboretum. Okay, close the food menu, close the grenade menu. Disassemble this chem cell. Learn the defoliant pump. Semi-automatic pistol. Wear the fur hat. And the gas mask too. Now, I feel like I'm forgetting something, but let's just continue swiftly on. Level 23. There's a lot of things we could go for. I was so indecisive. I'm gonna grab Spicer and Carbide Chef. Which I know there's a way to get Spicer without spending any skill points, but we've got enough of those. Don't have to worry about it. So I don't think I ran into the basilisk on this floor. And we already swelled with inspiration. Unfortunately, we're not hungry. Too full of neutron flux. Clonelings are no good over there. Alright, basilisk taken care of. Which vaguely reminds me, I was trying very hard not to be backseated yesterday while I was watching Churl's stream, which still kind of failed at. I had to just go ahead and tell him where one of the switches was later on in this place. And another thing I was biting back my tongue on was the basilisks that you run in here aren't the ones that kill you instantly. They do affect you with Stony, which reduces your movement speed by 1d6 or 14 to 18 turns. But there are better versions of the basilisk you can run into, and those ones will just turn you straight up into a stone if they hit you with the effect and you don't succeed the save against it. I forget what they're called, but you find those in like the deep jungle and other inhospitable places like that. Still, probably not a good idea to get into fights with the basilisk for most characters. Mine's kind of an exception because I've built him to be exceptionally strong and stupid. Not in like the he's not intelligent kind of way, I mean in the sense of he doesn't value his own skin kind of way. And also, Luminous Eyeless Crab Shell. Now, I won't equip it right now because I only have the one light source. But if I get lanterns, I'll probably switch to having a shield in one of my main hands. Maybe replace the arm slot since 2 armor value really isn't much once you get to the later on stuff, which I think we're at that point now. We do also want to start getting into the shield skills in general. They can be very good, but you have to invest. And we have not been investing. More basilisk down here. Oh, a lot of balls flying around. Also, there's the basilisk. I bet he didn't expect me to notice. Alright, what do you want? 4 two-handed steel warhammers, and you'll reward us with a mighty weapon. Well, I'll try, but that might take a bit. Graffiti on the wall, what does it say? Now to go dark? People up to some spooky special operations shit around here? Why would they be writing it on the wall though? Juicing cannibal. Not have any leftover tonics for me to pilfer, however. Another graffitied door. This is a civilian? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Seems to be a kind of backpack. What does it mean? Do not like the rustaceans. I think those are one of the enemies that have the really good cleave. Which means that both they'll cleave like 5 of your armor value off of you, and it'll also last like 2 days of in-game time. So either have fun waiting or have fun not having any armor. Another one of these guys. He just fell over dead. Who could have done this to him? Gain 1 to every attribute. Now, 24 strength. Also finally hit the breakpoint for agility and toughness. So those will be a bit better. We'll also have better trading prices. 250 points. I did talk up the shields just earlier. Let's grab staggering block. Getting pretty full up on loot though. Fragment Brainer's Disintegration. So a slender carbide plate armor. That's 5 and 5. This I have is 4 and 3. Better armor. Might be time to put on the nylon body pack. That up, put on the pack, and maybe that's a bad idea. I'm gonna do it anyway. Sawhander. Another metamorphic polygel. 3 of these so far. Another one of those dudes. Cyberneticist. Still doesn't show any cybernetics or implants in his equipped stuff, but yeah, nothing to butcher. Tragic how he tripped and fell right through that wall. Only 5 droid scramblers. Thou shalt reward you with great renown. And it broke whatever that was. Don't have a droid scrambler, do I? No, I do. Did I learn how to make them? Doesn't seem like it, but let's give it a search. Nope. Okay, I'll have to be back for that. Guy's got a dagger and a musket. Starting to think I might be murdering these dudes for no real good reason. When has that ever stopped me? Just to be sure though, yeah, no new cybernetic implants. Chain pistol. Those are neat when you're doing a pistol build, which I am not. Let's see, I broke a prayer rod. These things are pretty neat if you're planning on doing a tinkering build or something. Either one of these or a siphon baton are usually pretty nice. The whole gimmick with this thing is it deals 1d5 plus 5 electric damage on hit. So it'll do 6 to 11 electric damage every time you swing and hit with it. So all you really need is like the first level of cudgel or something to get your +2 to hit, and then you don't really need any strength because the electricity damage goes right through any kind of armor. It's entirely based off of their electric resistance instead, which most creatures don't have any of that. At least I'm pretty sure. But yeah, anyway, you get either one of these or Siphon Baton, and then you mod it with even more types of damage like flaming or freezing and stuff like that. And you get a pretty good weapon that doesn't need any strength whatsoever to actually be effective. Although, considering we only just found one of these in Bethesda Susa, you might have to get lucky finding it at a vendor or something if you want to get it early on. Not really the item for our character, though. I keep not wearing that. As soon as I'm out of here and I don't need the cold resistance, I'm gonna switch to it. Oh. Also gas mask. You're just gonna forget I even saw a Voider. Alright. Now we're at the Cybernetics Ward. And here's our 6 wedges, or 6 credits and 2 wedges. Some more hyperelastic ankle tendons and a precision force lathe. I got one of those on some other character I made, and I used it for a little bit, and it seems like the exact thing you'd want if you're trying to do a short blade Trukin. Because it'll give you an ability that generates a force knife that you can either use in your hand or put in your thrown weapon slot, and whenever you throw it, it'll instantly generate a new one, so you can just keep whipping these things out as much as you want. And on the knives themselves, they're classified as a short blade weapon. They're also a vibro weapon, so just like I mentioned earlier with the vibro dagger, you can just wail at a wall with it and eventually get through because it will penetrate with every hit. Might not do a lot of damage, but it'll always penetrate. But anyway, I'm thinking if you stack up a bunch of agility, go into short blades, get like bloodletter and a couple of other cool things, you use this thing and you basically can do knife attacks from far away, as much as you want. It's 4 points and you can put it in a bunch of different body parts. So it's probably pretty easy to fit in whatever kind of build you're doing. You just have to have the stats and the skills for it. Damn snail mothers. So another sawhander. Should try to recruit one of those, but I don't want to accidentally get my head chopped off trying to do it. Taking a lot of damage. Juicer skill. Fire suppression system. Wilderness lore, rivers and lakes. Might actually use that one. instead of spending the points on getting that skill, I can just install it, make my way to id Freehold, uninstall it, and then not have to worry about buying that skill. I think I got all of them. Let's upgrade our license. 1 point, 2 points, and 3 points, and we're now spending 3 credits per point. Now, what do we want? Start by looking at what we already have. Got a communications interlock, elastic ankle tendons, bionic arm, full art hand bones, bioscanner, and reactive cranial plating. I wouldn't mind getting rid of the bioscanner, the interlock, or the ankle tendons, but I don't think we have anything good enough to replace them with. Intravenous port I'll probably install. And that is 3 points, so it'll take pretty much all of it. Grounding shunts are too situational. Hyperelastic ankle tendons, we already have those. Electromagnetic sensor only detects robots. Be a lot better if it would detect anyone with any kind of technology on them. But then it'd be kinda busted. Not gonna be using fire suppression system anytime soon. Yeah, intravenous port wins by default. Install that on our body. Starting to really fill up the slots. You know what? Let's drink the sun slag. Our quickness is permanently increased by 1. I'm gonna start disassembling all these chem cells. It's just gonna kind of fill up our inventory now that we have so much better stuff to use. Floating glow sphere. I'm just gonna do it and put the better armor on. We're inspired to make a nice meal. What should I make? Salve? Let's get some convalescence before we start. Put 10 in a water skin. And know if you put too much convalescence in a water skin, it'll eventually sublimate it, which is, I think, the term used for when something freezes to disintegration. I think. But 10 shouldn't be too much, and even if it does, well, whatever. It'll be a learning experience. Don't have much mash lag, but let's risk it. Put a dram of convalescence, some congealed salve, and some mashed lag in there. Ah, only one recipe. 10 to 15 cold resistance, 10 to 15 the natural healing rate, and +4 willpower. So maybe we should have replaced the salve with something else. Probably could have prepared some Hulk honey injector and put that in there instead. Although it's not bad. Pancho II's kebab with aged salve, the herb lag, and cold goulash. Twinning lampreys. Really still don't get why the grenades aren't all at the top. They really should be. Okay, that's taken care of. It's a lot more web than usual. Get ourselves stuck and fight this thing. Strength might be too high to get stuck in the web. Mine get stuck already. Alright, fine, I'll just break down the door. Cannot. Can break down the wall though. Just do an exploration of this room, collect a bunch of face silk. And now we go down. There's the fucker with the missile launcher. Twinning lampreys. This one is the one that's already busted, so let's hide behind here. Shit, it's attacking the other dudes. Did not break open Sadamus's cage. At least I think that's how you're supposed to say his name. Sadamus. Sadamus. I don't know. Painted missile launcher. I'll be having that. Emperor's is safely secured. This one is busted open, but I don't think there's anything inside of it. There's another phase spider and the Rhinox. I was tempted to fight the Rhinox, but I know it can go very badly because he's a cudgel type enemy just like us. I entirely forget if I'm friends with a Mechanimist or not. They're not hostile. Let's see, what's the reputation say? Not really on great terms. We're gonna take all their stuff anyways. There's always one of those dudes there for some reason. I think we already knew that one. Some witchwood, probably well past the point where those are a useful healing item. Box of crayons. Another missile launcher. Disassemble this one. Strange tubes, it's a chain gun. Seems to be a pistol. It's a laser pistol. Go talk to Minier. Disliked by cats, hated by the Merchants Guild. That's fine. Insert disc 2 and hit the switch. Hear a distant click. And now we go right back out of here. So, this floor seems like we only got half of it. A couple of scraps. Probably could have recoiled our way out. Would have been a lot faster. But I like being a show-off. So, convalescence didn't leak out, did it? It did. That's what that noise was. Oh, no wait. I was wrong. It's right there, at the bottom. Yeah, hidden rooms rarely ever have anything, but the one time it does makes you kinda kick yourself for not checking all the other times. It's a mental prison. Carrying too much. I think that guy had a freeze ray. Maybe it's time we get rid of our carbine. Freezing painted prayer rod with a solar cell. Not quite a freeze ray. What's the drop? Actually, I probably have a bunch of food to cook. And cook right now. Still have 23 pounds of grenades, but to get rid of. Let's equip these and yeet them into the darkness. Plastifer sneakers. Slender ones too. And we're back with a shitload of things to sell. Tensa doesn't have nothing. Q-Girl definitely doesn't have anything. Buy a bunch of bullets, cause why not? And some beans. I think that was an acid gas grenade. Or was it a sniper rifle? Might have been a sniper rifle. Right. Spare Fusile and Jacoba were the other two guys, I think. Seppa. Actually, yeah, do you have any cooking stuff? No, wait. I'm thinking of the other one yet again. Damn it. I need to reinstall that mod that gives them all a unique color. Because I am just awful with names. You're right, it was Dirty that had the cooking stuff. Yeah, fortunately nothing. Yeah, again, nothing here. Okay, well, let's just turn this in and then go have a shopping trip in Ezra. But we should probably also go back to the Stilt at some point. Okay, he's gonna go talk with Bearfroom about it. Hopefully he's not gonna die on his way down the steps like happened in Frog Stream. That was kind of funny. There he goes. And yep, he's back. I will secure the spindle for you. And we're water bonded with Asphodel, so we're not gonna be smacking him repeatedly in the face. At least not this time. Because as it turns out, all you need to do to be able to fight him and his Asphodelites is to grab the rubber gum tonics, which I have 4 of. Notice how it says 100% electric resistance? Yeah, they basically can't do anything to you when you've got this on. Anyway. Six true. Should check with the other guy first. Maybe they have a penetrating scanner. They do not. They do have a mecha power core, however. We'll find another one. Crysteel Shard Mail. I did want me one of those. And not terribly much else. Well, looks like I'm already upgrading my armor set. Good thing I didn't modify it with reinforced. Oh, also, before we go trade with them, see if we can't learn how to make any of this stuff. That time it was level 1. Is Isn't it usually level 2? Let's try again. Level 1. Try again. Level 2. Okay, yeah, I knew I wasn't crazy. So if we could get our ego to another +1, we could get level 6 of this. Which I have a way to do that. Put on the chrome mantle, now it's at level 6. It's not gonna let us learn level 5 stuff. We need to get it to 7 for that. Unfortunate. But we still learn how to make a missile launcher. We can sell this one and make ourselves a new one. Since it's painted, it's gonna be worth more. Cannot learn to make laser pistols though, that's the one I really wanted. I don't think any of these were new. Yeah, now I've got a pile of all of them. Learn to make the droid scrambler, since that one Beetle wanted 4 of them. Already knew how to make nuclear cells. Guess we could learn how to make lead acid cells. Probably never gonna make one. But let's clutter up our inventory as much as we feel like. By inventory, I mean the tinkering screen. Alright, think I identified everything. Carrying too much to move. Alright. Get that shard mail. It does have a Fullerite armet. Yeah, grab one of those. Then might get those silver nuggies. 92 for a freezing painted prayer rod. It's unfortunately going to be worth more to us disassembled and then reassembled into an electro bow. Speaking of, painted missile launcher is worth a lot. Maybe missile launchers just as a base item are worth more than... It's worth like over twice as much as the laser pistol, and the important tinkering bit is the exact same between them. So it looks like my previous strategy was wrong. And sell the crab shell. Probably find a better shield somewhere else anyways. Got a big pile of copper nuggets. And sell the oil that's taking up a lot of room. Alright, there we go. I think we're at the point where I can confidently say I'm pretty rich. Could be richer though. Much richer. Let's test out that hypothesis. Regular missile launcher. Regular electro bow. We already know the electro bow is worth more than the carbine. Let's test combat shotgun. Right, laser pistol is 308, missile launcher is 377. So missile launchers are a better trade good. And the combat shotgun is worth less. Okay, so if we need to make money, we print out a bunch of missile launchers and sell it to people. They can see no negative repercussions in the long term for doing this. Okay, now since we still have so much stuff to trade, I think I'm gonna make the trip down to Id Freehold. And I do have that one implant that'll help with that. I'll have to go back and get it. So for some reason the music stopped again. Why is it not looping properly anymore? Actually, is it a setting that I clicked on? No? It'd be probably in here if it was anywhere. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Gonna have to uninstall the thing in our head. Start by getting rid of the intravenous port. Skillsoft, Wilderness, Lore, Rivers, and Lakes. And then we just reinstall the intravenous port. You know what, just for fun, electromagnetic sensor. Got a good display of it working right here. Speaking of, it didn't auto-explore since we got access to more of this place. Just suck up all the water that's in there. Okay. Now we go right back to Ezra. As soon as we replace the cell. Path I'm gonna try taking is going to be along this ridge of hills up to the lake. And then there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares of absolute terror as we hope we do not get lost in the lake. But first we have to get there. Bunch of fuckers up in here. Legendary one. Loved by the goat folk, disliked by kinfolk of the salt, admired by robots, hated by the cult of the coiled lamb. Also, his name is Baba Twice-Stalker. Get over here, Baba. And he's dead. You're inspired to name your spiked steel gauntlets. Do you wish to? Yeah, sure. Let's give him a random name based off of their qualities. Otherworldly myths of the jungle. Gonna be dark and fiery. Oh, look at all this stuff we can sell. Lightly used. Scaled steel shield. This might come in handy, actually. In case we run into any frogs. And maybe we drop all the steel stuff. It's kind of heavy considering how much you get out of it. Better than the daggers, of course. And we were going to disassemble this. Oh, and we picked up another missile launcher somewhere along the way. Didn't have spectacles set to auto disassemble. Let's do that right now. 2 almonds of glass sit in wireframe cups and resharpen the world's edges. Fucking skunk. Carrying too much shit. Time to put on the backpack. Damaged. Let's fix it. Regain our bearings. Keep at it. Lost again. Damn it. Some zigzag fangs. Go to some ruins. I'm good. Discovered some forgotten ruins. Well, we're gonna be exploring regardless of what we feel like. Some fucking weird ruins we got here. Quantum Rippler. Satellite broadcast power is currently occluded by a glass storm. That's why we can see that, because we have this thing on. Also, with all of our armor on, we've got a whopping 18 armor value. At that high of a level, though, maybe being able to see structure information and all that is more important. Better a legendary motherfucker over here. Loved by goat folk, disliked by the Spartan, admired by Cragmensch, and hated by cats. Let's try to chuck a grenade at the grenade chucker before we get chucked to death. That was interesting. let's just start shooting at him. Pick up the loot, run away. That's the real one. It was. Spartum are now indifferent. We are sort of friendly to frogs, I guess. We're favored by cats. What a wonderful day. Fortunately, the gas masks are not worth very much despite how valuable they are to a player character. Also, we can make another meal. You know what? Can't have it all. Salt and salve. Gather some fixings, a dram of salt, some can't have it all, some congealed salve, and a sprinkle of lenient ash. Where you take damage, there's a 8 to 10% chance you shoot out up to 3 sticky tongues per sticky tongue at rank 10. Whenever you get stuck, there's a 50% chance you stop bleeding, and then there's can use sticky tongue. It's either the first or the last one, and I'm not sure if that first one's going to be that useful. Yeah, let's go with that. We've made Poncho II's boiled glot and briny fillet with anodyne. We can now use dung. No creatures in range. Let's find some poor beetle bum to use it on. There's some goat folk over here. Ah, even better. A slumberling. Ah, automatically targets. There's the beetle bum running around. Back over here so I can tongue you. Doesn't turn him hostile either. Gain our bearings. Hostiles nearby. Where are these hostiles? Not anywhere. Let's hope we're lucky and there's a hermit just hanging around. Oh hey, we managed to hit a snapjaw with our car and get all this blood all over our windshield. His name was Rough Grubu Oboa Fowafa. He was disliked by tortoises, and that was about it. In their bearings. Okay. Lost again. What was just here? Information about Gyapatur. Throughout 2311 before Reshef, Gyapatur pillaged all of dwelling district Ikagawan, rolling dice to determine which ones to destroy from the homes of trees and water barons. She became known as the Ikagawan Bane. Talk to this guy. Lost again? Oh, hey. It's Benunui Akuna. Let's try that one again. Benunu Akuna Umtarid. Loved by Mechanimus, admired by Spartum, hated by insects, disliked by apes. You know what? You're pretty cool. But I don't have any oil for you. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. So selling way more stuff than I actually need to. And now, finally, time to make the big journey across the lake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We made it. Hooray. We technically don't need the water ritual disguise since we already took Spicer. Yeah, we'll just leave him as is. Still have our techno scanner. How's your reputation? Hated by newly sentient beings. Yeah, whatever. Now favored by the denizens of It Freehold. Let's tell him about Clovena, Goat Folk Village. And then Clovenra, Goat Folk Village. Got phase adaptive scope, which would be kinda nice with a penetrating radar, but we don't have the radar part of that equipment. Right, I was saying that. It's right there. Just above it. You blind motherfucker. God damn. So we're gonna want that, maybe the optical techno scanner too. Although this one is expensive. 8 points. So that's more of like, once I have everything else kind of thing. Sell him some rockets. And turns out we didn't need the scaled shield. Might have enough to buy all of it pretty much. Also, I'm not even using my ego boosting thingy. I should do that. Oh yeah, and I was so excited I forgot to mention the way this thingy works is whenever you fire a missile weapon or throw something, your projectile shifts phase to pass through obstacles and reach your target. So basically it lets you shoot through walls and I'm assuming also other targets. And only hit the one that you're actually trying to hit. At least that's how I assume it. Which, thinking of, if it does work like that, it might make it kinda bad against crowds of enemies because any bullet that's not hitting your direct intended target isn't going to be hitting anything at all because they'll be phased out. Unless if it only counts for obstacles. As in, like, inanimate objects and walls and stuff like that, and not other creatures, so if you try to shoot through multiple creatures, maybe it won't work. Either way, I wanted to test it out, see if it works. We'll do that first order of business because it'll make the auto-exploring that much faster. And there's a cathedra in here, holy shit. This is the one that you sunder space-time teleporting to a random location. Okay, so not the best one. Actually, I think it's arguably the worst one. Since all it does is basically act like a random point recoiler that, you know, you don't have to recraft over and over, you can just use it whenever. Still a very good implant to have, but I think I'm gonna wait until I find a much better one. And also a lot more credits, so that I can install all the stuff I want. It costs 12 points for one of these. And a matter recompensator. Unfortunately, this isn't one of the good ones. The good ones let you teleport to exactly where you want to teleport instead of a random spot, and it also has a lower cooldown. 50 turns instead of 100. And it also has this thingy here, the compute power on the local lattice reduces this item's cooldown thing. Yeah, it works for the better one too. Probably, actually, store all of my cybernetics in here. Instead of lugging all of these around all the time, the ones I actually want to keep, I'm gonna put in here. One of each of those. Not gonna ever want the grounding shunts. And I already have hyper-elastic ankle tendons, but then again I also have interlock installed, I think. And no matter. First of all, upgrade 2 extra points. I'll have 19 points to work with. Uninstall the Wilderness Lore, Rivers and Lakes. Uninstall the Electromagnetic Sensor. And the bioscanner, and the intravenous port, and the interlock. Now let's reinstall everything again. Multi-scanner is 8 points, which would leave me with 2 points to use. So not gonna use that one yet. Penetrating radar, I absolutely want. Install that one on the back. Next up, we wanted to test to see if... Where is it? Phase Adaptive Scope. 4 points. Would use up all the rest of them. Ah, I can only install that one on the back. I do also really like the reactive cranial plating Never getting stunned by any kind of kinetic effect ever is actually very solid. Like for a 2-point implant, I think it's probably one of the best. But on the other hand, you can just pump the hell out of toughness and willpower and never have to worry about it. But we're not at that point yet. But yeah, let's just get this installed. Install the penetrating radar somewhere else. Put it on body. Right. So we're gonna keep the bioscanner and the cranial plating, intravenous port. Still have the hyperelastics installed. So we can sell the extra one. There we go. Now look at how much easier it is to discover everything on the map. Get ourselves some gems. Why didn't I just scroll this the other way around instead? Got a total of 1 gem. Also, that hissing sound I think is coming from the regen tank. Satellite broadcast power is currently occluded by an unidentified anomaly. Right, what do you have? Tri-hologram bracelet. It is a tier 3. Two-faced. Grab that. Liquid cooled. Don't think we'll need this, but let's buy it anyways. 6s, 7s, and a couple of 8s too. Geomagnetic disc. Could buy the advanced toolkit just for another nuclear cell, but it's kind of empty. Let's see if we can afford all that. Painted missile. Painted electro bow. Sell everything else and then see if we need more rockets. That's pretty much just enough. In fact, let's sell a little bit more. No 4 bits, unfortunately. And accept it. Let's see, what kind of weirdo do you have over here? A red gel. Alright, those are full of magma. Well, hopefully Kirka doesn't accidentally burn everything to the ground. Seal this. Also have a look at it. Got information on Bayudates Deferred and Reshef. Both the one for Bayudates. Deep in the Channel District, Shinapir. Bayudates Deferred stumbled upon a clan of Beetles performing a secret ritual. Because of her random eyes, they fiercely rebuked her and declared her a villain to her kind. I think we read that one just earlier. And let's have a puff. Good old Tilly. Got crystal boots, crystal gauntlets. Crysteel weaponry, an 8. I'll have the 8. So we've got carbide boots. And these are just steel gloves. Might as well upgrade those. Even though these are just regular crysteel, not flawless crysteel. Probably gonna have to upgrade those in not too long. And we'll let Tilly have the Otherworld Myths of the Jungle. We had our time together, but those times are over. Also, these things have cleats on them. So +3 to save versus force movement, knockdown, and being restrained. Could put reinforced on this. Kind of expensive, and we could get a flawless one at any time, so we won't. Whether this will be a massive mistake or not remains to be seen. Light Fleesa. Don't need these. The Geomagnetic Disc. These are very nice. Now that I think about it, didn't, what's his face, Une, have, that implant that lets us throw two things at the same time? Doesn't seem like it. He does have the giant hands. Although not particularly as useful for our build as some other ones. Because we already have our way entirely built up in single weapon fighting, and we are using the fist weapon, so it'd be pointless for the melee side of things, but for the range sides of things, it would let us have 2 rifles. But then we'd have to put points into pistols and get a Kimbo. Don't think we're doing that. How much? These are 3 points to install. You get 20 units of compute power. Plus 2 int if you implant it in your head. Which now I think about it, I'm not sure what extra intelligence, like non-baseline intelligence, even does for you other than increase your chance of identifying an artifact, which for the most part is like kind of a non-issue. Like, I thought that one of the things it did was help you reveal creatures, which we obviously don't need now that we have the radar. But even on like my really smart characters, I'm always stepping on young ivories and stuff. Yeah, whatever. Still have those 2 unsold missile launchers. We're failing at our goal as an arms dealer. Now if I mod this to be high capacity, like theoretically, I'm not actually going to do it, at least not right now. Would it keep its 100% power, or would it reduce it to whatever the percentage actually is? Like, would it increase the current amount and the cap, or just the cap? You know what? I want to know. We're gonna do it. It does not increase the cap, but this is a very good demonstration that it increases the total amount by a little bit more than double. So we now have a very large nuke battery. Also, I think I'm already done in this place. Don't have anyone else to go talk to for trading purposes, and that's pretty much the only reason I'm here. Don't have a box in my inventory, do I? I do. I'll trust Bep to look after my things. He does a pretty good job of it. Leave the metamorphic polygel, the voltaic sphere, and maybe the brain brine? Nah, we'll hold on to that for now. So we have a gem. And then one last thing before we leave. Cloning drought. We're nearby, pour it all over Tilly. Now there are 2 Tilly. You won't have anything to trade until we come back here after a refresh. But before we do that, let's try ourselves another Sphinx Salt Injector. Hopefully we can do both actions in one go. Drop a nectar. Nothing happened. And let's see if the brain brine is still fucked up. You've gained the active ability Laze. We've gained light manipulation. On the one hand, free mental mutation. On the other hand, it's probably like level 1 and really not that good. But yeah, let's go back to the start. Instead of cooking the injector, we're just going to apply it. Wrong one, that was the Uber Nostrum. Fuck. Whatever, we have another 5 of those. 4 of those. Don't worry, it's fine. Perfectly fine. Oh, right. Probably shouldn't inject multiple at the same time. And the point is gonna go into intelligence. Gonna get reverse engineer. It's not that great, I just find it kind of fun. If you have anything set to always scrap, you're eventually gonna learn how to make all of it, so if you ever need it again, well, it's really easy to get it again. But that's just me, your mileage may vary. Next we're gonna save up and try to get the other 2 shield skills eventually. Which reminds me, Fatals. 2 sated ones at the top, 5 blast cannons, probably never getting that, 5 droid scramblers, I could get those right now. Great renown, 4 two-handed steel warhammers, promising a mighty weapon. Don't really use weapons, so might not even bother with that one. And then 3 flawless crystal longswords for a splendid vestment. Well, I'll try to keep that one in mind because it might be something good. Usually the Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Just earlier I had the 4 shotgun shells in exchange for like 100 something skill points, so it's not like the rewards and the cost are entirely correlated. But we can go and get the 5 droid scramblers. Off the Festus we go. Actually, do I want to brain brand again? 24 ego. Oh yeah, fuck it. Light manipulation at level 4. Gives us a 22% chance to reflect light-based damage. And it also acts as a light source in a radius of 6. So we could get ourselves a shield now. Which in that case, the shopping trip continues. Let's go to Ezra. Crysteel Shard Mail. Lawless Crysteel Coronet. Still has all the old stuff I sold him. An Eigen Pistol. And a Light Rail. Light Rail would be nice. But more importantly, the Crystal Aegis. Or Crysteel Aegis. Let's see how much stuff we still have to hawk. Also, weren't these supposed to be destroyed when you uninstall them? I guess not. Still gonna sell them though. Hmm. 13 silver nuggies and a bunch of gems. $2,800. It's not going to be enough. We have more to sell. I can make more rocket launchers. Or I could sell some of the food I have. Base silk goes at 3.5 a pop. Got a big pile of vine waver, but that's worth basically nothing. Also, we have enough dreadroot tubers to make another 10 salves. Sell the lead acid cells. Sell the warm static, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Also, if you really want to know what the worm static does, it's you drink it and it randomizes your character. I do not recommend, I've done that once before. It's only really worth it if you already have so many skill points that you can basically just rebuy whatever you don't get back after the reroll. But odds are you're just going to end up with a lot of stuff that you can't really make use of because you're more likely to get the stuff you don't have than the stuff you already did have. At least I think that's how it is. We can also get Two-Faced on this. Do I want to get Two-Faced on that? Don't really have anything else for the face slot, really. make ourselves. Can't make any of the other ones. Alright, let's go see if Ilahaj has anything. I keep forgetting her name. Nothing new. Now that I know that Skillsofts can be installed and uninstalled literally whenever, unlike the Schemasofts, which destroy when uninstalled, maybe I'll make more use of them, because I was always kind of under the impression that they were both destroyed when uninstalled. And I guess kind of my fault for not reading stuff correctly. It does literally spell it out. And anyways, since we're so well prepared, I think we're just gonna go right on with main quest. Yeah, sure. Let's eat the sweet goat. Don't think I had anything to identify or reverse engineer. Oh right, the geomagnetic disk. Too complex. Darn. And here we are at Almond Porch. Welcome to Almond Porch, traveler. Enjoy your visit to my earldom. Feast your eyes upon my tall and glorious spindle. Take in the scent of roasted musa. Earl Asphodel, the Barathorites request your permission to leave control of the spindle. Or at least control of the spindle. Your inquiries into the past have led them here. Probably shouldn't tell them that, guy. Lease control of my spindle, you say? Well, well, that's a colossal request. There's no simple price I can assign to such a thing. Were to grant such a request, you would owe me a great debt, you and several of your allies. So you say, how can I appease you? I will convene a council, the first council of Almond Porch. Send word to 4 of your allied factions, have them send delegates. Together, perhaps, you can appease me. Convene the council then. I am willing. Now we just have to wait 3 days, so let's just hop on this Klein. Sleep until harvest dawn. Oh, we already woke up. Let's just hit the wait menu, wait... I don't know, 2,000 turns? That sounds about right. Even come back. Nah, hasn't been long enough. Let's sit down on this and wait another 500 turns. Then we leave, go back, still not there. And we repeat. Should be long enough. Yep, there they are. Let's see who my allies are. Omnidacy Druid and Delegate for the Fellowship of Wardens. Feral Dog and Delegate for Dogs. Astral Tabby and Delegate for Cats. Diplomacy Droid and Delegate for the Hindran of Bela. Huh. I think this is like one of the first times I haven't had the Barephramites show up as one of them. If we want to know exactly what everyone's reputation is. So it's going from least to most. Right. 800 something with the Wardens, 600 something with dogs, 400 something with cats, and the Barephramites and the Hindran of Bela were tied. Alright. Ready to begin the negotiations? Sure am. So we can share the burden across all our allies, which will knock off 50 reputation with each of them. We can share the burden between 2 allies, knocking 100 reputation off the 2 we pick. We can spare 1 faction of all obligations and betray a 2nd faction, which would give us negative 800 with the betrayed faction, which is enough to make the Wardens not care about me anymore, which I don't like the sound of that. And you get plus 200 reputation with one of the spared factions, plus a heirloom from said spared faction. And there's the Chaos Spiel, which I tried once before. I'm not going to spoil what it does. So really we only got like 2 appealing options. I think I'm going to go with this one. So we'll split it between the Fellowship of Wardens and dogs. We are now favored by dogs instead of loved. Sacrifice so much for these goddamn bears. Anyway, that quest is done. And we just go back to Gridgate. Didn't gain a level, did I? No, I did not. Okay. Before I start this next part, I'm going to pick a nice meal. You know, for no particular reason. Yeah, let's have ourselves some kebab with aged salve, herb lag, and cold goulash. Let's add that one to favorites. Have you secured the spindle yet? Sure have. That is sterling news, sturdy friend. I'll go inform Barafirm right away. And then now's the part where everything goes to shit. Pancho the Second, come back here. Yo, what up, boss? Take this keycard, go turn on the computer. Sure thing. Scan surroundings. Gonna show up in the main center room and in the corner there. Let's start by setting up a turret over here. Other thing is, do I have blueprints for hologram bracelets? I do not. I have a wrist fan. Nothing else. Well, the guys landing in the center here are probably gonna do some damage, and they're probably also gonna, you know, take out a few of the people I'm trying to protect. Got 169 amps. If I activate Rhodanus, Still have 69. Let's activate... this turret or that turret? I'm thinking that turret. That's basically all the power we have to spare. I guess now we just hang out here and hope Shem 1 or Shem negative 1 doesn't instantly get evaporated, because that would be very sad. And it would be so sad, in fact, that I would probably just use the wish menu and bring him back. Because a world without him is, you know, sad. And they've arrived. The ceiling collapses and rocks come pouring in. It's a lot of rocks. Knight Templar, another Knight Templar. Guy Madoc, Gyrard. Knight Commander. That guy is apparently a bunch of boulders dressed up as a Templar. Banner Knight. And another Knight Templar. A couple of implanted dudes over here. Well, I'm not worried about Q-Girl. Darty is fucking dead. Shem negative 1 is fucking dead. Let's see. Anyone else who decides to rush in and help us is probably gonna get absolutely evaporated. Let's get this bloodbath on the roll. Something just happened there. What the fuck? And we died. Fucking rip, dude. Okay, yeah, that one was kind of funny. I'm disappointed that we lost a character, but that was kind of funny. Let's see. You were plasma burned to death by an Umerkal Kalum. Well, that's just how it is some days. And I think that's gonna be it for today's stream. Let me just pop open the browser, see if there's anyone worth raiding. It's not even a question, there absolutely is someone worth raiding. Just haven't found them yet. I'm not seeing anyone else streaming Caves of Qud, and none of my other buddies are online. Looks like no raid today. That's fine enough. I guess I should also mention, for my next streams, I just sort of recently got reminded that next Monday I'm not going to have any power, so by default, next Monday's stream is cancelled. So, to make up for that, I'm thinking this weekend, instead of only streaming on Sunday, I'm gonna stream on Saturday and Sunday. Now, I'm probably gonna do one session of Caves of Qud and then one session of Domekeeper. Not sure in which order. I'll figure it out tomorrow. I won't tell anyone, but I'll figure it out. Oh, anyway, that was today's stream. Hope you liked it. See ya.